And live. Gone straight into the code today, running a bit late. Mornings are quite hectic in the household. I've got the live captions hopefully working better. I found a bug in it that was causing a bit of that delay to happen. But today I've got quite a few plans. Got my son joining for a few minutes. Keyboard camera, hello. So I got some side quests today. I'm going to be... Oh, I don't have captions on this screen, do I? So I'm going to be updating the GitHub repo, the paywall. People have been rejected on the paywall because I've added free in there, so App Store doesn't like the use of the word free. So I've got to credit Mario with finding a solution to the GitHub issue. And the try for free button, it needs to be like start free trial. And then on the live captions app, I've got a new version to release. If this build works well and doesn't become laggy over time, then I'm going to add. Oh, I'm going to add a. You like the headset, don't you? I'm going to add a special thanks page, and that special thanks page is going to have some links in there to people that have helped me on stream building it, and then a link to my social profiles, social links as well. And then I forgot to put a prompt for review. The repo is the paywall that I created. So we go GitHub. So it's the paywall. Here we go. So it's this one that I'm going to be updating. Don't know if I got a screenshot on the repo of it, but basically I'll load up Twitter, show you. So here we go. This is what the paywall looks like, and people have had it rejected on. There we go. So that's what it looks like at the moment. You can customize it, but there's the 3-day trial with a free link, and then there's a try for free button underneath. So Apple is having issue with the exact thing they're saying is, we notice one or more of your auto-renewable subscriptions is marketed in the purchase flow in a manner that may mislead or confuse users about the subscription terms or pricing. Specifically, your auto-renewal subscription promotes free trial or introductory period for a subscription more clearly and conspicuously than the billed amount. The billed amount of your auto-renewable subscription is not clearly and conspicuously displayed to the customer. So that's on my list to fix. Mario found a solution, and what Mario did, I can do side by side. He used the template that I've created. You've got the free button there. He's removed that, and instead of try for free, he did start free trial. And then instead of being like, he's got premium annual and premium weekly. So I'm just going to update the paywall to reflect that. So other people don't get rejected by Apple. You're full of beans this morning, aren't you? And then so I want to have on the live captions app, if I release that today, the new version, I'm going to have add a prompt to review. That'll be later in the stream, because I'm going to test that it works. It looks a lot more responsive. The issue that was happening was, it turns out when you do live text to speech, Apple... Oh. You're right. Apple logs it all. So if you've been on stream for 3 hours, it's processing 3 hours of text, and then it's only showing the last sentence of text. So in a previous version, I think in like a different version of iOS, a different version of Mac OS, the speech to text worked very differently. So now what it does, if it has 100 items in the backlog, it just restarts the text-to-speech thing. So I'm testing to see if that works. After 100 segments, it reboots the text-to-speech. Might have some dropout of words, but generally it's going to keep everything really responsive. And I can see now it's working a lot better than it was before. So the version that's live on the App Store is not ideal. So they're my side quests, and I even made a little animation for side quests. And that's triggered by the animations. And then with the best auto captions, we got pretty far with it. I was going to build the scenes, didn't get to it in the end. Not the scenes, the, what do I call them? Styles, but they might be called themes. So what's on my queue for this one today? Hopefully I fixed them on live auto captions. And I did have a list of stuff I wanted to get through on best auto captions. So I got to revisit styles, but they were lagging. Styles were lagging on stream, so it's not something that I can do on stream, which is a shame because I wanted a bit of feedback with it. So really, the only parts left are optimization and cleanup. And the cleanup, actually I'm pretty far along with my development with this. The only tasks that I need to do except for cleanup are revisiting those styles and the optimization. This is what it looks like at the moment. Best auto captions. We can add a project. all of this is working as expected. So I'm really happy with the way that that's turning out. And it's quite customizable, but if you select the theme and you run with the theme to begin with, it's going to keep a consistent look. So ideally, the ideal method is we can add a video, select a theme, and it generates all of the captions. And what we're going to do is then have the ability to customize it, which you can drill down and start customizing it. There's some extra features I want to add in there. I need to save this. So I need to be able to move this on screen and then save the position, because at the moment that's not saving that position. So clean up, save, position, size of subtitle. And what I'll probably do with that is, I feel like it's always going to be center aligned. I don't know why people would want the subtitle, so you might be able to just move it up and down the screen, but not left and right. Maybe that's a good thing to work on today, actually, because I did a bit of that code with, when you add animation now, we can move that around. So I'll use that same code. So at the moment you can move it around, but that's not actually saving the position anywhere. So when you let go, I want it to render in that spot and then regenerate the subtitles again in that spot. Or I don't really need to regenerate the subtitles. I can just create the offset. And again, it's just going to be the Y coordinate that we're doing the offset of. I don't see reasons to move it to the side. Maybe. Like if there's two people talking, you could go there and there. The other thing I've got to do, aspect ratios. Just realized that while I was talking. Aspect ratios. So that's, yeah, I've got to also add the tenor keyboard in there. So we get stuck onto that as well. Hello, Antonio. Welcome to the stream. That should have triggered an animation. Let me just double check those animations are triggering. Customize, flare. Yeah. So I should have done a wave. Hello, Antonio. Welcome to the stream. Man, not working. Started learning Swift because I read your history and it's really motivating. Thanks. Do you have background in coding? So, I'm not sure how much I'll get done while I've got a baby in my arms. We are about to find out. What was the first thing on my list? I already forgot. I haven't actually set the first thing, haven't I? So the optimization, revisit styles. That's right, we want to be able to change the position, and that changes the Y offset only. Oh, I've got a... You're right. Oh. He's a bit unwell today. This is why it's a bit late on stream. A bit hectic in the mornings. Starts to ease out after a while. Okay, so we've got the video edit. So if I go video edit, I think I called it. Animation video editor view. And if I go to, I've got like a drag item. So we only want to offset current keyframe value. Where do I want? I need to drag it. Drag. So that magnification changes the scale, so we can increase and decrease the size. And then it's the Y position that we want to change. Caption position Y. Oh. So I'll say let X equals that one, and let Y equals that one. I'm hoping I can just set it directly. Let's see. You're right. Let's see if that works. Create new project. Now all I want to do is just move the subtitles moving up and down. Yep. I don't want it to go off screen. So I set it as a variable. Hey, that's my headset. He really likes, kids like the AirPod Max. So if Y less than we want to have, we've got a scaled size. Scaled size is aspect fit size, video aspect ratio, container size. No, I want, actually yes, it needs to be scaled size height, because I want to create the boundary a percentage of the height. So like maybe 10%. Y equals, so go minimum Y equals there we go. Let's see if that works. So that shouldn't be able to move up past 10% of the top of the screen. Jamie, I'm a full stack web developer, but been looking at Expo React Native a lot lately. I think React Native you can build on both platforms, whereas Swift is just specific to iOS, isn't it? Alright, so I want to be able to move it. Oh, look at that. So that's unexpected. I can't actually move it up past 0.5. Let's see what's going on there. So the minimum Y is set to 55 and Y is 8. So, okay. So I think Y is being set. I'm thinking of it in terms of Y being the top of the subtitle, but Y is actually the top of the frame. So I want the top of the frame height. So I want it to be not able to So I want 50% of the frame. So you can go 50% of the frame up and then 10% down. Let's see if that works. Is that a break point? You right, mister? That didn't work as expected. I'm going to remove the offset there and just see if it is working. So what this should do is not allow me to move half of the subtitle 50% higher. No, it's not working as I would have expected. Video aspect ratio height. What am I doing here with it? Video aspect ratio is current frame preview. Current frame preview. So the current frame preview. Video aspect ratio. So we have the current frame preview width and height, and then we have the scaled size to fit an aspect ratio. So the scaled size should be, let's just remove the 0.5 altogether. Omega Killer, welcome to the stream. I'm not sure if someone answered your question I just joined. When a client needs apps build for both Android and iOS platforms, it doesn't require deep integration with iOS. I usually go with Flutter. I'm wanting to check out Flutter. I haven't had any experience with it. It's something that I do want to check out. Alright, so so what's this scaled size doing? Scaled size, aspect, fit, size, aspect ratio. What am I doing here? Bounding size, container size. Maybe it's container size that I'm looking for. So it should, I'm hoping what it should do is let me just push the text all the way up the top in this instance. Keep opening that. So I want to be able to, no, I can't. That's stopping me from image, frame, scaled size, height. If y is less than minus scale size height, that should be working. Hey Maxim, how you going? We're juggling a baby this morning, and well, it's a baby that's not all that well, and working on best auto captions. At the moment, I'm wanting this to, I want to be able to resize this, and it's not acting the way that I would have liked it to. So we have the frame. Be careful, be careful, be careful. Current frame preview. I'm going to set the background color. Color blue. Make the opacity 50%. See that I am working with the full frame, because maybe I'm not actually working with the full frame. Maybe I have cropped it. No, I am working with the full frame. Ah, silly me. So it's not actually center aligned, it's lined down there, isn't it? So what I would like to do, good 10 hours of sleep, Maxim, well done. Hectic morning. Yeah, so I was thinking that I'm calculating the actual middle of it, but I'm not in the end. So I want the aspect ratio. So we're changing captions Y. And what I want to do is making sure music is on in the background because I've got a bit of noise happening behind me. I'm really happy with how those captions are working in this new build. They're much more responsive, less laggy. So this is going to be the build that I release onto the App Store. Let me see. Let's just go. So yeah, if it's less than scaled height, then we set it. If Y is greater than scaled height, Y maximum Y. So this will let me resize it. Move it, and it's going to be moved. This can move it all the way off the screen. No. Something's not calculating the way that I would like it to. Captions Y. I think it's actually saving it as the percentage, isn't it? I'm working with the position here. So if I remove this bit, got all of this wrong. It's going to remove the adjusting it by height, and input the Y value. So I think that this is the percentage. And then I'm already working with percentages, there's no point. So resize, that is 0% to 100%. Yeah, so that was already working with percentages. And I want to have minimum Y, which will be because there's the captions are offset on the actual frame as well. So what I don't want to do is allow people to drag it all the way off the screen. Do you use any sort of tracking in your apps like PostHog? Like statistics in the apps? All I use is just tracking on App Store Connect. I don't really track much else inside the app itself. If there's a lightweight way to track it, that'll be great. But like, I think Firebase is the only one that I've ever seen that lets you track it. And by the time you import that into the project just becomes really bloated. Minimum Y, I want minimum Y to be 10%. So if I have the default height is 0, so minimum Y will be minus. No, that's wrong. 1 point. So this will allow me to move it 50% up, 90% up, but in theory. Might help if I actually applied it. If Y less than min Y, Y equals, I want the maximum value of Y and minimum Y. And then we apply the video aspect ratio divided by scaled size. If the scaled width is 0 at some point, it will crash. Good picking up. Okay, move up, move down. So if scaled size dot width greater than 0 and scaled size dot height greater than 0. The only reason that would ever happen is if it's refreshing or the view goes too small. Minimum Y equals minimum Y. Updated Y. Hi Hossein, welcome to the stream. I'm writing this in Swift UI. So, Y value translation width height. class position, value translation, height. So I'm not working with scaled size height times 0.9. Let's see. I should be able to resize it all the way up. Move it all the way up. That should move all the way up. But it's moving way too far up. Minimum Y. I want the maximum value of Y. I haven't tried GitHub Copilot for Xcode. I didn't know that it was available. I do have a subscription for Copilot, which I used in VS Code for a bit. What I find is some of those tools throw me out of flow. Updated Y, so it's updating the last position. Remove that. So it shouldn't go past 500. Let's do half. I've tried the predictive code implementation. I found it not as smart as what I've seen Copilot can do. It was just, there we go, that's a bit more expected what I want. So I want to, that's center aligned, and I want to be able to move it halfway up. What I do want to do is determine the position of subtitles as well. So that stops me from moving it off screen. But I think subtitles, if I make subtitles always center aligned, then all I do is just offset the Y value. So minus 0.4, that'll make sure it can't go out of bounds 10%, I hope. Yeah, so that can't go out 10%. Might make it 5%. Scaled size height times 0.45. I like nested if statements. I guess it comes from being a coder in JavaScript and PHP. But then my code's full of if statements, isn't it? Okay, so I shouldn't be able to go 5% out of the boundary at the bottom. Yep, so I can move it up and down. At the moment, we're not saving the position. It refreshes back to the beginning. So we want to be able to like move it there. We don't want the user to be able to take it off the screen. So that works as expected. Now when I take my finger off it, will it save my position? No, it reverts it back to the top. Last position. So it's like that is never really being called. I think Apple's, my gut is telling me Apple's a bit behind with the AI generative stuff. The code creation was, what, I want to know why that's doing that. Should put all that debug stuff in there again. What I want to see is what's actually happening here to cause that to play up. The moving up, and then we let go of it at -43. Moving up, it's now set to -179. So that's why it's, so it's set to 2, well no, actually it's set it to -500. Let me just start again. So we -26, and if I move up, it sets it to -102. I'm already saving captions. That's going to increase it exponentially. Maybe I just do maybe I don't actually need to do any of it. Move up, -34, move up. No, it's still resetting it to the middle position. Captions Y. Why is that resetting? I think I want to how to set last position value when dragging starts. When I do captions Y plus, it's exponentially doing it. If not is dragging, then set is dragging true. I thought there was an easy way to do that. Is dragging boolean false. Is dragging true. Now we renamed to current position. But last position Y plus. And then on end, we'll set dragging to false and last position. We've got the last position adding in there as well. That's going to cause an issue. Up, down, no. Captions, Y plus. Last, oh, we do want to have last position in there. So we're setting the last position on ended. We don't need to set it on ended. We only want it on beginning. Up, down, no. On end, last position, captions, on dragging. Something to do with my calculation. Last position. So I reckon if I go last position dot y is captions dot y, no, equals y. I'm building an automatic captions app. It adds captions automatically to short form content. So this is the app in motion. I can import project and it automatically adds captions. Just ignore the blue for now, that's just a placeholder, and it adds captions. And then I can customize the text, the color, and the animations that appear. At the moment, I'm trying to, what I need to do is get the position of captions X and Y. Just the Y. So what I need to do is I want to be able to move the captions on screen and then the next bit of code, when I take the mouse off the screen, it's going to re-render the caption with that offset. So what I'm trying to do is get the position as a percentage. It should be as a percentage, I think. Value translation height. So I need to get it as a percentage. So captions Y would be the value, and then it times it by the scaled height, and then divides by the video aspect ratio height. And then I'm setting the Y position, and this works to set it on screen. And then the captions Y is being updated. And then I'm turning it back into the percentage once it's saved. So captions Y ends up being the percentage. I don't want to set captions to 0 because captions is actually the calculation that I want to grab at the end of it. And then I'm offsetting the entire frame afterwards. So if I move that down, captions Y, that is, Y is 0. So I'm not actually working with percentages with the Y. Captions Y, I would expect that to be minus 50, but it's actually times video aspect ratio height divided by scaled size. I'm expecting that to return it to the percentage. So then that the percentage there does the scaled size height divided by video aspect ratio height. I've got something wrong with the calculations. So this will set the because then it's saving captions Y as quite a big percentage. So what it's supposed to be doing in my mind, captions Y is supposed to be a percentage of where it is relative to the screen. So that should be 0, and that should be minus 0.5. So go Y. Now I have Y, which is, we'll say it is 0. Or we'll say 10. 10 relative to the height. times the scaled height. Okay, so that's saving it as the percentage. That's kind of what I need it to do, I think. So, because ultimately captions Y needs to be a percentage value because that's how I'm rendering it on the video. So I want captions Y to be reflective of the... Does it need to be? When I move it up, then I can convert it to the percentage, can't I? When I drag these subtitles, the image, it should allow me to move the Y coordinate. The only value it should update is captions Y and leave the offset value as is. So what it's doing is setting captions Y percentage of the scaled height of the scaled height. Not quite sure what I'm doing with video aspect ratio height. Every time I start dragging, it trashes the old value. Remember seeing a video about why app devs is better than game dev, but isn't there almost every app possible out there? Hello Mikhail, welcome to the stream. Oh, that worked then. Yeah, for I build consumer apps, so consumer apps are ones that people are looking for on the App Store. So with some keyword research, there's still some keywords you can target. It's sort of that golden age at the moment where there's still apps that we can target. I wonder if this works. There's still apps that we can target, but the numbers are decreasing. That's exponentially moving the Y value down. Initial Y percentage. That's what I was doing. I was saving the last state. I was doing last position equals captions. Okay, that is working. I don't know what I'm doing in the video scale height, video aspect ratio height, current frame preview. But yeah, so I was calculating the current aspect ratio and then doing a weird percentage calculation Instead, now I'm just working directly as a percentage and then setting it. It's not too dissimilar, but now I am losing my minimum width and height. So now that we're working directly with percentages, I can set the boundary. I wonder if you can think of another AI app that has not been developed, but you won't do it because of complexity. Did that build? That didn't build. Video aspect ratio. I ended up commenting that out. There's heaps of AI apps, ones out there at the moment. I've released the boilerplate for creating like a scanning app, and there's still some keywords out there for applying it. There you go, so that sets the boundaries. Now, issue that I have right at this moment is when I add animation to it, animation is going to move up with, that's what we want to do that, unless it's full screen. When it's full screen, we don't want to do that, which is going to complicate things. But when it's not full screen, we want that to go there, and then when we customize it, that'll be center aligned again, but that's aligned to the captions. So we want to work with just the center alignment today. So when I move it down, I want to then update the offset of the captions and re-render them, or just re-render that frame. So on ended, this is where I've got to remember animation sequence layers first, where type caption, caption layer, cannot call value of non-function type animation layer. Layers is if let caption layer offset y equals captions y. Offset is CG point. What have I used the offset for? I thought I am setting the XY coordinates. Offset. Offset.y. Okay, offset equals captions. And then we remove last position. Actually, I probably didn't need to worry about setting all that before, because now we want to render the subtitles, render the frame again. Render frame, did I call it? It is current frame preview. Is a binding value, current frame preview equals render layer at current frame. Current frame, we've got it set to current time, 2 frames, frames per second 30, performance mode true, current frame preview equals current frame preview. So theoretically what I'm doing now is when I end the movement, I'm refreshing the captions. So if I move it up to the eyeball and I let go, and then I want to set the, and then we will set captions to if I do that, that's not by reference, is it? That'll do what I'm expecting it to do. Okay. Move it up to the eyeball. And that's moved it down. Okay, so it's just moving it down. CG point new y equals captions y. Y minus oh, that's not where I want it. Where am I setting it? Caption layer offset equals captions y 0 again. I don't know why that would be inverted. Move it up, go. Move it up, go. Move it all the way to the top. Simple wrappers that are bool prompt pack it cool, but was thinking of more complex, like combining it with some OS functions or search or something like that. I think it's a matter of starting, like, the challenge I'm setting myself is to create a task, like a video editing platform, and then I'm going to apply AI to it in a logical way. So AI isn't the driving factor, well, kind of is the driving factor behind it, but it adds on top of the functionality that's already there. I'm going to rewatch that video you made. Thanks for posting about your journey. My pleasure. What video did I make? I remember seeing a video about why app dev is better than game development. So I made a game called Flappy Naught. And game development's really fun, and especially like if you were to do, I see on YouTube people live streaming game development, and I think that's a way to build up an audience for a game. I don't think you can rely on App Store optimization. And people don't research it, but you could do adverts. I think that, like, if you were to get people, what you'd be searching for keywords. Yeah, App Store optimization is not where you win with getting people downloading games, I don't think. Like you said, adverts. The TikTok path, people are doing pretty good things, getting viral TikToks happening, and then getting people, like, that's the driving factor to get people downloading the game. Like, that could be a cool avenue to look at. And game development's fun, but it takes a lot longer to build, and like it's more of an art form, isn't it? It's less of a actual utility. So you have to have a pretty good idea to start off with. This is setting a, yeah, it's still setting a percentage. So I want that all the way at the top. So that means it's there. And then it puts it down the bottom, which has moved it half of half of half. Let's see what I'm doing with offset. Aspect ratio offset, offset, layer offset, render frame context, layer offset. So we're dealing with the offset here, and then that's getting the height less scaled height. Scaled height is height times scale, and then it's dividing it by 2. So it's always center aligning it. So what I got to do is offset y, captions offset y plus 0.2 CG point x 0 y Karim, welcome to the stream. I have a very strong keyword in one of my apps and I couldn't get this keyword into the top 100. Always hovers around 100 and 120. I use this keyword in my title. Is there any advice you can give? If you want to give the keyword, I can look at it and see the competitiveness of it. So this is going to invert it, I think, or maybe not. So move up to the eyeball. I'm expecting it to drop to render about the base of the duck. No, it rendered above, which is good. Center align it again. That's going to cause me a headache. Move it to all the way down the bottom, let go. That's disappeared off screen. Fake live. Fake live. It's quite a competitive keyword. Fake live, fake live, fake live. Just seeing if there's another keyword you could be targeting. Fake live stream. Even that, it's quite a competitive keyword. I feel like fake live stream would be a bit easier to rank for. I'm not confident that the difficulty of fake live stream is 87, only because there's only 40 apps on there. If the app you're building is to show fake live streams, which I'm assuming it is, that would be... If you reckon you're 100, I'm not going to find you on here, am I? What does the app do? So I want it needs to offset from the previous offset. Caption offset Y plus there. So offset would already be that one. Previous offset equals caption layer offset. Otherwise it's 0. Y. Actually, we'll do CG point x0 y0, is it? Because we're center aligning it. I'll just double check this, so when I drop it, it'll drop this back into the center. I just want to double check that I'm dropping it into the center. Nope. 0.5, 0.5. No, I want to set so previous offset Y. Call that original offset because that's gonna confuse me with the previous dragging one. Offset Y 0 will be 0 and 0. This will center align it. Yeah, so it snaps it back to the center, and then I add the captions Y. Because I've already got the center alignment. Minus captions Y. So it's kind of getting there, I guess. Now I can move that off the screen completely, which is not what I want to do. I want to be able to, so that's, if I just leave it center, what will happen? Center and just a tiny bit. So it seems to be halving it. So if I move it up, so that's being halved. Why would that be? Okay, cool. So it's kind of not 100% exactly where it needs to end up. We need to account for the safe area of the caption as well. So if I move that down to there, for example, that sets the offset. That should be reflected on here as well, which it is not. Because that is pulling from rendering the video. Ah, hang on. This is a duck. Move it down to there. And that's center aligning it again, and that's resetting it there. So I'm changing the alignment. If I close out of it, close back in, bring it back in. We're not saving it. Or is that one? Few issues there to work through. CG point 00 equals 0 is .0. Live FameFi. The application will appear in third place. What's FameFi? FameFi is a product name, or is that some term I'm not sure of? So live FameFi, competitive, difficult keyword, low competition. I'm going to do a Google search what FameFi is, but I'm going to not show the Google results just in case it's... Experience virtual stardom with FameFi. Engage with a fully AI-powered audience. Interesting idea. So is FameFi your product name, or is that like a keyword that you found? Because there's FameFi. Is FameFi a real app? FameFi is intended purely for entertainment purposes. So I'm wondering if FameFi is a trademark. Yours is this one. Fake live. For ASO purposes, it's my understanding when you repeat words in title a few times, the App Store ignores it. So you've got title, you've got live, live, live. So the App Store would be ignoring your keyword fake live, because it would, all it's seeing is Famify, fake, parallel, be famous. So if you type like famous live, no, we didn't want live in there, the keyword live. So you have like, so if you do fake Famify, you're ranking number 2. So if you were to remove the duplicate live word, live would be a keyword and you'd rank a bit better for it straight off the bat. But also, if you don't own, if Famify isn't your trademark, I'd be cautious about exploring using that keyword. Famify. So Famify is a trademark. So if it's not your trademark, I'd be treading very cautiously there. So they're in the process, whoever's applied for this trademark's in the process of applying for the trademark for the purposes of AI and downloadable software. And I'd say that purpose is to target people targeting their keywords on the App Store. So once they're approved, you might get a nice letter from Apple saying cease using that keyword. Unless you're the registered trademark, then go ahead. When I'm setting the animation, it's resetting everything to 0, 0 to 0.5. So I've got to update apply background URL, subtitle group wrapper, apply background video URL, new style, got an offset being set somewhere. Apply changes. Style is here. We have the style being set, and we're going to have the offset being set. Animation sequence first, where type caption, layers first, type caption. Is that what I want to do? Apply changes, sets the style to style. The offset's not in the style. The offset's in the layer. So why is the layer resetting? Apply background video. Does it update it on any change when I do apply changes? Maybe I should be in group subtitles. That's where I can set the offset. If I move that to the top there, and then I change the color to green, so anytime I make any changes to the subtitles, they're resetting back to there. But I've also got, no, yes. Maybe instead of applying it on the layer, I'm going to apply it on the subtitle. Group subtitle. Because I got the style here, and I can, let's set an offset to the animation text style. Because the style also houses the background. Yeah. You're welcome, Karim. The subtitles keep calling you Karen. I'm sorry. Actually, that's one thing I should do. Like word replacement. So if there's a word that keeps coming up that keeps doing it incorrectly, I can force it to, like, if it finds that word in the subtitle, it'll always replace it. Like sometimes when I say Swift, it says Zwift. And I can change Zwift to Swift. So I'm going around in circles a bit because now I no longer want to set the offset on a layer basis. I want the subtitles, animation sequence subtitles. So it would have animation sequence subtitles, group subtitles, style, position. That's what we want to be aiming for. And the best place to do that, group subtitles, style, published variable, position offset, CG point equals 0. There's probably a better way to do this as well, Max. This one. So position offset Y, position offset X. So I've got the position offset. We want to set it like this. So we say position offset CG point equals 0. Position offset self position offset, position offset, position offset, position offset, position offset, CG point must be wrapped, unwrapped, 0. do have I'm pretty sure this is what left hand side position offset equals right hand side position offset. Just see it compiles. Yep, it compiled. Now, back to where we were. We no longer have an offset that is an optional value. Grouped subtitles now houses the group subtitle now houses the offset, and it's called offset position offset. So what I want to do is position, so animation style position offset equals, and we're no longer dealing with halves anymore. So the half position is already being dealt with. So I'm hoping it's just a matter of doing that. So we set the position offset to where the caption's Y position is. That'll be a percentage. Captions then get reset. The positions get set to 0. I should name that caption position. Your class is so big it needs 2 chairs to sit on. Yeah, it's a big class, that one. It houses all of the font sizes, the thickness. I mean, it's not that big, is it? It's all of those encoding and decoding things that end up making it so big. Position offset. It's not going to do anything at the moment because I'm not doing anything with the offset. Make sure it compiles. So now I want to apply the offset when I'm rendering the frame. Subtitle, grouped subtitle. I've got my son sitting next to me. If you can hear the YouTube video he's playing, let me know so I don't get copyright striked. Might just move the volume down a bit more. Can you hear it, mister? Too loud. Cool thing about these MX mouses is I've set it up to control the MacBook next to me, so I can change things as he's on it. If I do a struct, the struct doesn't save the reference. It doesn't set it as a reference, so it sets it as an actual variable. I think if I there's a reason why I went down the class path. Might not be the most efficient. So I want the animation sequence. I want to have group subtitles. I do have the render subtitles somewhere. Render subtitles. Subtitle render. Subtitle render. So when I set it, then I will set subtitle render. And I can call that inside the global. Yeah. And on completion of rendering the subtitles, you need sound. But I can't have it too loud, mister. Is that better? Can you hear it? That's better? Okay. I'm not going to read your comments out, Maxim. Okay. Optimize to only. I know I do want to render all the frames, don't I? Because we do want to offset all of them once it's changed. Subtitle render. This will render all of the subtitles again. It needs to account for the offset. We have subtitle animation sequence is an animation sequence. Group subtitles, animation sequence. This is the main animation sequence. And unless I just add padding. I've already got padding in there. Render. Padding float x0 y 0.2 just to test it. Animation padding. Top 0.2. Because I'm dealing with the offset, so I can change the padding of the whole thing. I'm thinking. So if I move that up there, I set it the padding to 0.2, didn't I? So if I do 0.5, I set it as a fixed value. Padding top 1.0. Maybe it's not going to work as I expected. I think you would gain a lot of speed learning more about state management and data structure in general, but the thing is, it takes time at the start. My whole learning process has just been through what ChatGPT. Whoa, that caption, something's wrong with the caption. Why is it doing that? That's a pain. I was hoping that fixed the issues I was having with the captions. I'm going to pause the music while I change around with OBS, because last time I made everyone's ears bleed. Live auto captions. Set it to the right width. Yeah, the learning that I've done with SwiftUI has been what ChatGPT has generated for me, so it might not be the most up-to-date way of doing things, and also the data structures. Like, I'm a pre-existing JavaScript and like vanilla JavaScript and PHP developer. I had a bit of React development skill in the day. I've made a couple of projects with it, and that gave me the heads up to be able to switch over to SwiftUI with the state management stuff, and then yeah, I sort of hack it together, I think. At some point, hopefully not soon, it will start kicking my lower backside with bugs and complexity. I think with this app, that's what I'm finding. I'm finding some of the smaller apps were working well with just that state management I was doing. But yeah, this time around, the framework is a bit... The framework that I've started with...
I want a hug.
You want a hug? How are you feeling? Oh, that's set the offset there as well.
Yeah.
Ah, that's because I've set it to 1.0. Padding top. I've got... We're not going to set it as the padding. I want to set the offset of... I think it's the layer.
Yes.
You think it's the layer?
Yes. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
What?
I'm looking for the place to put the offset. There, you reckon?
Yes.
Ah. He's laughing at the little emojis at the bottom. You have a look at this. I can do... Watch this.
Right.
I'll do this, and then I can even add a duck. You watch when I press play. See? What would you like to add on the next one? A minion?
Yes.
That one. So now when you do this, it dances. What we're trying to do now is I want, when I move it, see how I can move it?
Yes.
It snaps to the beginning. I want the, so when I let go, it stays there. And then that gets rendered like that. So if you want the minion to be at the bottom, well, at the moment we can actually move the minion to the bottom. So we can even move the minion there like that, see? Even make him really big. See?
Like big ducky.
Hmm?
Like big ducky.
Yeah. So I want to put it somewhere here.
Oh yes.
Yes. So I got the animation sequence, and I would expect I'm adding it to the layer.
Yes.
So we got the every layer. I think this is subtitle. This sets the background,
Yes.
and in the layer I have offset. And offset happens after keyframes and frames. Offset keyframes. Keyframes, and we'll say offset group subtitles, offset position, style, position offset, CG point. I can just do 0. Argument offset must precede keyframes.
Yes.
Yes. Style is not an optional value. Okay, so I'm hoping now the background, this is only setting it to the background. Let's see if the background changes when I do it, alright?
Okay.
So the background is the background video. So that will be, what would you like to be, a minion?
Yeah.
It can be a minion.
Yes.
Alright, we'll make it a minion. Now, when I move the minion down, I want the minion to stay there, but the text will pop back up. Alright, ready?
Okay.
Ah, he popped up. Why did he do that? Look, he moved up. He shouldn't have done that. So now, minus it. Alright, let's see if that works. Do you want the minion again? Minion. So I'm going to move it down, and hopefully he moves down. Ready? Yes, he did, but not as far as I wanted. So I want him to be standing on the bottom. But he doesn't, does he?
Yes. Going up.
He goes up. Because that will set it as the percentage. And that's going to set... If I set it to 0, I'm assuming it stays the same, but it might be setting it to 0.5. Let's see.
I like the sound.
You need the sound. I can't put the sound on. Do you know why? Alright, move that down. That resets it. So that should be doing that as a percentage, and that should be passing it through as a percentage. Let me just apply it to all the layers. After video. It's after that one. Actually, that is the entire layer. Maybe apply it there instead. And that'll apply it to all layers. I hope. See you tomorrow, Maxim. Currently I'm a Mac OS dev, but previously Decade was an iOS, and before that web, before that DBA. I know VBA, but I don't know what DBA is. It goes back to 97. Now trying to get into indie. That's why I watch Adam. Good night. Have a good sleep. Welcome back, Sadat.
Yes. I slept well.
You slept well, did you? Alright, so hopefully everything will stay. It's not going to be the position that I want it to be, but everything will move together. No, it didn't work. He keeps the minion dancers around. Animation layer. Caption. That's the highlighted word. Overlay animation sequence. Active animation sequence, that's the active word. I think I've made it one grouping for it all. Here we go. So it all groups it here. I can set the offset here, and it'll do it as a group. So now when I set the animation, but that animation is now doing its own thing.
Yes.
Yes, I just need to go to the toilet, right? It's alright. We're trying to get this minion working.
Yes. Going down.
Hmm?
Going down.
You gonna hop down? There you go. When I was away, I heard... So I've got like a noise that happens when you toggle mute. And I heard the mute toggle on and off when I was away. So he was playing around with the Stream Deck. It's too tempting with all of the buttons, isn't it? So that's the animation layer. That animation layer, we'll move it to this one instead. Let's just hack around with it. It's not compiling. Taking too long. It needs to go after... Where does it usually go? Before the overlay. So it should be all of the elements, should be dancing. He should move down too. Doesn't really move where I want it to do, but it is grouping it now. When I go to customize the... Just be careful of the table, mister. So that is being updated, and then I've got to reflect the position here. That's going to be a fun one to do. This bit of code's turning out to be a lot more complex than I thought. Do you agree? You agree.
Yes.
So that will be set to 0. 0? And I want that to be... That'll be minus... So it is halving it. So what if I times it by 2? I want that to go up to the I. Kinda. But it's not accounting for the new position. So if I set that to there, and then I set that to there, it will... It's resetting it again.
Yes.
Hello, Julia. Welcome to the stream. I've got the captions working a bit better today. It did cut out before. Haven't been able to test it yet. That's okay. You gave me an idea about that capture card, though. I've been looking into it because maybe fixing my solution, like the solution to my stream. Too windy? Well, don't stand near the fan. Yeah, I've actually been researching it. Where are we? So what I'm thinking is, this is the device you were talking about, right? It's like it lets you split HDMI, like a capture card, and output to the screen as well. What's that? Okay. Because I'm thinking, if I streamed my screen externally, then my device I'm on now would just be handling the code creation.
Right.
Yeah, the code creation.
Oh.
And then have another device which is actually doing the streaming.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. Had the previous version, it's rounder. There's also a 4K version, but I don't need 4K. Right now, I'm trying to get the offset working. I've got it kinda working. Let me just see if... So captions Y. Actually, we don't want to set... no, we do. We want to set the last.
Oh,
We'll do the last one again.
Oh, yeah.
Last position. Captions. Last position Y.
Right.
Will that work? No, because I've setting it there. I shouldn't be setting there. I should be setting it there. Yeah, we have a couple of sick kids today. How are you feeling? How are you feeling?
I can't sleep well.
Okay, so it is kind of...
When I sleep, I can sleep. I can't sleep. When I sleep.
When I move it down, I want to move it up a little bit. That doesn't move it.
Yes.
So basically what I'm doing is I'm showing, allowing the user to move the captions on screen, but then when you stop moving it, it renders the frame where it should go, and it's not calculating the correct position. Because it's, so I think it, what if I do 0.5? Will that... So this will tell me what's actually happening. 0.5 moves it halfway up. Times 2 will be keeping it centered. So 1.0 is center.
Yes.
No, it's not. Minus 1.0 is center. Which is confusing. No, that's not even center. Where's minus 0.5 going? It's not selecting the wrong layer. I've created, like, it's saving it to here. So my assumption is that 0.5 is here. But 0.5, I guess that means minus 1 is up here and 1 is there. So if I make that 1, that will be the subtitle just appearing at the bottom of the screen. No. Maybe I can't see it. Yeah, so that is reducing it by 90%. So the middle is 0. The bottom is minus 0.9, and the top is 1.0. So this will show at the very top. Yeah. Offset position. I'm actually saving it to offset position. When we render a subtitle, we are setting the offset.
Dad, I need the sound.
You need to hop down. You need the sound. Can't have the sound, mister. Animation sequence offset. We have the offset. Render subtitle offset. Stop kicking. You can't kick that. Do you want to hop down? No. Can you not kick that bit? Thanks. Adam, at the end of the stream, would you like to comment on the memory game I mentioned? I uploaded a 2.5 minute summary video to my YouTube channel. I can check it out. I don't have audio on the actual stream. The audio is only running through music.
Yes. Okay.
But I can check it out. I'll have a look at it after I finish the stream, and then I can have a look at, give you an idea. You wanna head off? You hop down? There you go.
Okay.
Okay.
Mommy.
I'm setting the offset, and the offset position is acting the way I don't expect it to. The position at the top should be, so 0.5 I would assume is middle, 50%. But the offset is going from 1.0 to, so if I do 1.0 divided by 2, so I need to translate it. So when it's 0, 0 is fine. Captions Y. Print captions y equals captions y. Let's see what the calculation's doing. On ended, boom, captions y and captions y is minus 0.81. 0.18. Start a new one, open up that one, move it all the way to the top. I would expect that to be 0, and that loads up as .0.45. So times that by 2. No. Yes. So that'll make it 90 minus 90, which will put it at the top. If I move it all the way to the bottom, it moves it to the bottom. Only issue is its percentage is out a bit. I want to move it to the eyeball and moves it halfway. I want to move it all the way down to the bottom, and it moves it halfway to the bottom. So it's like it needs to be times 4. Move it all the way to the top. That's too far. Move it down halfway. That's too far. Did I say that that was doing it as well? Yeah, so it is moving as a group. It's just not moving as I would expect. That worked. Over the eyeball of the duck. All the way to the top, like just a little bit. Yeah, why is it doing that? So we've set the minimum Y and maximum Y, so it can't go off the screen. We've set a boundary. The boundary's kind of working. Go all the way to the top. Just moving it all the way to the top. So kind of works. So there's something wrong with my calculation because it's kind of working, but that should drop at the top and it goes all the way. There's something not quite right. Offset position. Offset Y. Offset. Animation sequence. Offset, offset, offset. It was my expectation, so the center position should be 0.0, and yeah. And then the top 50% is the top of the screen, the bottom 50% is the bottom of the screen, less 0.5%, less 5%, so I don't go over the boundary. But for some reason, it's just extending that a little bit further than it should, which is just messing up the calculation, which suggests there's something not quite right. Zero 0.5 less that. No, that's not going to work, is it? Minus 0.5. I'm just messing around with calculations now. I don't actually know what it's doing. So that's setting it, that's center aligning it, and then plus, that's minusing plus 0.5. Because ideally it should translate to there. And then I've got in the animation sequence, I've got offset, render frame context, offset is Y offset is the height of the image less scaled height of the image minus scale height divided by 2 . 200 minus 1000 divided by 2 Would that be right? Y offset. I think it's always, let's say it's, I don't know what I'm doing with the calculations, to be honest. We got the Y offset. That sets the Y offset with the scaled width and scaled height. And then we have the offset, the actual offset somewhere. Where did I put the offset? Offset. Offset, offset, offset. Do we do anything with it here? So it should set, the offset should be container outer width. It's calculating it based on the outer width. Outer height. So it was calculating the percentage based on the width that it was, which is why it was doing a weird calculation. Move that up. Now we don't need the +2. Now it should just translate properly the way that I expect it to. So that should go over the eyeball. That should go to the top. Ah, didn't do it. All the way to the top. Hang on a minute. I'm not saving it again. So the first time I do it, that will go away to the top. When I let go, it stays there. Yes. But then I need to save the position. Because when I now I need to save the position on redoing it. Okay, so the issue was I'm positioning everything on the frame as a percentage, so no matter what the aspect ratio of the video is, we can always play around with the layers. So if you save it at a lower resolution, everything is saved as a percentage, so it knows where the X and Y coordinates are on the frame as a percentage. And in doing so, I was getting the percentage based on the width, so the X coordinate was working, but the Y coordinate wasn't working because I was basing it on the width as well, which I'm not quite sure if it adds any issues anywhere else, because I'm surprised that bug has never reared its head before. But this there. Next thing is I got to align that correctly to there, because now that's going to be offset. And so there's two issues at the moment. First issue is I can now change the position, and that works. And that saves the position on the thing. But the second that I move it again, have I saved last position? Last position captions. I don't need last position. Do I set captions to 0? I think I need to set captions to 0 because it's rendering it on its own. So I've moved it there. That will change it because now captions X, and I need to set captions X to 0 and last position. Last position captions. You will go there, you will go there, plus last position Y. The percentage value makes it scalable, but also it does my head in making calculations. Okay, I'm getting somewhere. I'm getting somewhere. I think now when I drag the captions, instead of last caption position there, maybe last caption position has to be up here, because what we're doing is we're just offsetting the current one. I don't know. I just keep throwing numbers at it and seeing if it works. Okay, move that there. That was unexpected. Last position. No, that's not going to work. So I'm saving the captions. The captions then get rendered. And the position of the captions on the screen has to reset to 0 because the captions are now changed within the frame. But it's resetting that to 0 plus last position. What if I don't reset captions to 0 and I don't set a last position? And that's re-rendering it on the page. And you can see when I set it to there again, but that resets that as well. Let's go back to this idea of is dragging. I don't know what triggered that then. If not is dragging, then is dragging equals true. Captions dot y equals last position dot y. I don't think that works. I think I've got two different things that I'm calculating here. I'm calculating calculating the screen position. Caption screen position, captions screen position. And then what we're doing here, I'm not going to save it here just yet. Captions dot. So what I want to do is I'm just setting the caption screen position now, because that will always reset back to 0. And then we do caption screen position equals 0. On ended, so SWAT Kid, what I'm trying to do is on ended, it's saving the position of it's rendering the frame. So I'm resizing it by dragging it, and then I want to save the position. So at the moment I'm just resetting it back to 0, so I'm saving the current screen position. That's what I'm dragging, and I've got to translate that to captions.y. Because, so, when I move it here, it will lock back into 0 position, but this needs to render on the animation frame in the position that I dropped it. So I need to, we've got position offset already set. What if we do Y? What if it's simply a matter of then applying the offset position again to the existing offset position? So we're rendering, we've got the caption screen position, which is a percentage. Let's see if that works. And then we move that over the eyeball. It's inverted. So if we do minus, so that moves there and it renders there. Now when I move it down, there we go. So I move it. I can move it off the screen. I want to move it there. I want to move it there. I want to move it over the eyeball. Awesome, that works. Now I want to clear. There's a when I drop it, there's a second where it resets again after it's. So I've got to re-render the frames, and once I've re-rendered the frames, that's when I set the position to 0, and then that way it should be seamless to the user, so the user will never know that it's re-rendered the frame in the background. Let's see if it works. Move it to there, move it to there, there we go. So what's happening is this blue area is the frame of the animation, and then if I'm moving that there, I'm moving the whole frame up and down, but when I drop it, it re-renders that frame there. If I add an animation, the animation should do the same. Next challenge is when I customize that, I've got to offset that one now. So if I move that to there, that renders at the bottom of the screen for each of the captions. So in some instances, captions would want to be at the bottom. I want to set some safe areas for the position of it. Yeah, the safe areas don't work all that well. This needs to be a bit more intelligent, knowing where the safe areas on the frame, because it kind of works if we're just dealing with the frame itself. But if I move that all the way to the bottom, now when I'm moving the frame, I can only move the frame 50%. So I want to be able to set that. What's that? So I want to set some safe areas so that the user can't just lose their text. But in doing so, I need that to... You need to know, you need to be able to move it anywhere. So we know the current position of... So we know the current offset Y. Minimum Y, current offset Y, less. Let's see if this does what I think it's going to do. So now I want to calculate the minimum position with the safe areas. I don't know if this will work. I'm just trying it. Start off with that. The offset is 0. Move it there. Oh, I think that might have actually worked. So I can't move it off the screen, and that same logic applies to maximum Y plus. And we calculate it there. Now, no matter where I put the subtitles on screen, I can't move them out of the safe area. So if I move it to the top, that works. If I move it to the bottom, that works. There you go. So it can no longer be moved off the safe area. Easier than I thought to fix that one. Look at all of the code that I've commented out while I'm trying to work through this calculation. If maths was a stronger skill of mine, I would have been able to do that a lot quicker. Alright, I better make some notes to myself. This will set the safe areas of the Y coordinates when moving captions. It will set the safe areas of the Y coordinates when moving captions. It will calculate the current position of the animation sequence position offset. Set the position of the group subtitle based on caption screen position coordinates. Renders subtitles with new positions. To do, optimize so it doesn't render every frame individually, but is smart enough to only render positions. So I've got a bit of optimization to do with the code. At the moment, what it's going to do is going to render every single subtitle, including the animations, including all the transitions. We don't need to do that. I need to make a better function. Maybe making render new offsets. Render only offsets. I don't know. So if I just render offsets only. Render offsets only. I don't dream of ducks, but originally when I was coding it, I was testing it on my face, and I just got sick of seeing my face while I was testing it. So I was testing it on this one. So I was testing the building this. Oh, that preview is odd, but I've cached it, so it might not be properly odd. And then I can make it like earthquake. So the whole idea was, and then coming at you was like window breaking. That was full screen. And then celebration is celebration frame, full screen. So you can set, don't mind the blue, that's just a test. But like even the camera angle, I can like ease in and out there. So you go. So you can change the frame and everything. I can remove that blue now while we're here, because I know what I'm doing with the frame. What was I about to do? That's right, I'm changing the animations now to set the offset of the animation relative to the position of the subtitle now. So the subtitle we can move, and that updates everything except on this screen that we created yesterday. Now, now this needs to account for the offset of the subtitle. Oh, I'm glad I allowed 3 digits on that AI query countdown, because that just reached 110 minutes. No, I don't think AI is very useful for what I'm doing today. It's just, this is just hacking around with maths. I did a bit of AI to get me in the right direction. I'll be back. I did my I'll be back animation as me sitting at the desk typing, so when I leave the desk, you don't actually know it. I gotta loop it though. Hang on. The back soon animation needs to be looped. Back soon loop. I like that song that was playing. Where was that one? So now I've got to offset the position of the customize, just size position. The GIF image view, I'm going to put it inside the Z stack, and I'll move the Z stack. So say offset Y, and that will be animation sequence, grouped subtitles, style, position offset Y. And that's as a percentage. So add 0.5%. So if it's minus, so 0, how am I going to do this? 0 is the middle. Zero is the middle. Times, do I have a height? Have I set the height anywhere in here? Frame size. Yep, so I've set frame size there already. So we go frame size dot height. So it needs to be, it starts at 0 and it can go all the way to like -5. If it's -5, it'll be -5 times height, so it'll be half of it. Let's see if that works. So that doesn't move it there, but if I move that to the top, so minus offset position times frame height. That worked. And then if I move it down there or there, and that's relative to the frame. To the subtitle. Except when it's full screen. Full screen we do something different, don't we? So if we do full screen, we don't want to have an offset. Full screen, then it's 0, otherwise we do the offset. Move that up there. The duck is there, except when we go full screen. But I reckon the full screen's going to mess up. Yeah, so the full screen's messed up here. I need that not to set position. In the subtitle renderer, if background video settings is full screen, no, because I'm applying it. Because I'm applying the offset to the whole caption rendering. One way of doing it is to offset it minus the offset position. So we say offset y0, x0, y minus the offset position. I need to remember to set that full screen though. So I move that up to the eyeball. I set this to full screen. That works. Now, but I only want that to happen when it's full screen, otherwise offset is 0. So all I'm doing is I'm changing the whole caption layer down, and then offsetting it by setting the animation layer up when it's full screen. When it's not full screen, it goes in the middle. When it is full screen, oh, interesting. He's lost. That makes him lose his head. You can't see that, but he's lost his head. So because I've set the offset, that's not going to work, which is a shame. It just means I have to set the offset on every single layer. Not that much of an issue. Start cleaning up some of this redundant code. Update the indentations as well. Oh, I've cleared something. I've gone too far with my removal of code. Okay, render. So we have the offset here. That's setting it on all of the frames. Turns out we don't want to do that. So under each type caption, okay, so we look for type caption, or just type. We add offset. Let's just test that it works on the background image first. We wanted that to be so this will only move the duck. There we go. We only want that to happen if it's full screen. If it's full screen, then it doesn't change it. But if it isn't full screen, it changes it. We can remove this code for now. This has been removed from 1.0. In future version, when animation is triggered by word reactivate. What that code does, it sets the background to the word currently. So when each word goes off, I wanted like an explosion behind each word. But version 1.0, I can't get it. We say type. Now the issue is we've got this overlay. What am I doing with the overlay? Overlay. Overlay position. Yeah, so the overlay position is tricky. Position Y plus equals. That might not even work, so check on this in a minute. Type. Yeah, so the words themselves are handled a little bit differently because the position is set individually for each word. Offset. Type. Let's go back to where we were. Overlay. Hang on. So we're setting the background position. We're going to set the words individually. The word being highlighted. Type. Actually, we are then adding we're adding the caption layers individually. So probably don't have to edit them there. This could be a disaster. Let's see how it goes. Let's see what I missed. Let's see if it all renders correctly. It's not gonna even build. Okay. Go back to type, search for them again. Highlight animation sequence is the overlay. So I guess we don't need to add that there because we're adding it as an overlay. Overlay animation sequence. Yep. Subtitle animation sequence. I'm bound to have missed something. So we move him up to the eye. That works. Ah, yeah, so there's the duck is double offsetting now. So if I move it there, that's going to... So somewhere I'm offsetting it where I'm offsetting it twice as an overlay. I reckon I've got a background video. So we want to set this, the whole reason the background video needs to be set on its own layer. So we don't want to offset the background video when we've already offset the background video. That stays there. I move up a little bit, it stays there a little bit. And then we customize it, we make it full screen. Now it doesn't offset, it goes full screen, and its head doesn't fall off when we move it all the way to the bottom. So we move the text all the way to the bottom. It's a bit confusing, isn't it, when it's full screen and you can move the thing. That'll be on cleanup. Full screen animation move caption goes weird, moves with text. In a minute. I didn't need to set this in the end. I've set the music to EDM instead of my normal. I just want to test that all the features work as expected before I close this one off. Font, if we change the font size, we change the active color. The active color might have changed, I might have broken that. No, it's the active color background that I might have broken. Nope, that still works. So active word works. What else? Highlighted word. This is going to drop my stream. Still going. So the highlighted word's going to bump. Let's see if that works. Yeah, that works. What else is there? Subtitle motion. Gonna do shaky camera. Yeah, it works. So I can clear that one off. We have got to create a whole list. Didn't actually make a list, did I, today? That was supposed to be a quick one that I was going to dive into. Time for some side quests. Let me just pause that while I get subtitles on that screen. Keyboard screen. because I did a special animation for this. Time for some side quest. There's the duck. Alright, so I've got to update my GitHub repo. Got to sign in to GitHub, so I'm not sharing all of my screen at the moment. Sent a sign-in request to GitHub Mobile. We'll call it paywall purchase view Swift UI. Purchase view. Purchase model. Actually, I'll just do purchase view. Preview. Purchase view. Purchase model. I think it should just load, shouldn't it? Is presented. Constant true. So the update we're doing is where try for free is updated to looking for the update. So Mario is the one that recommended this change, and he changed the text because he was rejected on the App Store for the paywall as it is. So instead of try for free, Apple had an issue with that. He made it and then we remove the word trial. Well, it said free on the version of the paywall he used, said free. So I've already updated that to say trial. I feel like that can be removed. Removed some apps were being rejected with this caption present. There we go. So I think that's the only update. So we reflect what he's done here. Special thanks to Mario. For recommending changes. How would I word that? Recommend changes that fix an issue Apple had rejecting the app due to excessive use of the word free. There we are. Might start a section. Special thanks, Mario, for recommending changes to fix an issue with Apple rejecting of the word free. Purchase view. Commit message update. What would the commit message be? Updated purchase view to remove excessive use of word free, which was causing Apple to reject some apps. Thanks to Mario for recommendations. Commit. Yep, so it's all updated. Special thanks. The free label removed some apps being rejected with this caption present. There we are. That was one side quest done. And I think the live captions are working well. Because my other side quest was adding a prompt to review first caption after the first caption is shown, adding a special thanks area and a web links. So I want live auto captions. And I want to have, so I've got settings. I'm going to remove all of these parts of it because I've got quit the captions. The captions are going to quit now while I'm working on them. And there we go. We go to settings, we got styles, customize, flare, help. I want to have about, what would it be called? Like an about section. So don't want to spend too long on it, but I want a settings about view. About what icon will it be? Info with a circle. Info with a speech bubble that's more reflective of the. So I'll go to settings view, we'll create a new file from template. Settings about view. Settings about view. Special thanks. A special thanks. This app would not be what it is today without the special help from So Catalan. Creator of Animate React Native. In SwiftUI, is it possible to add a link to a text that I can click to call the open link? I broke my streak. There we go. Foreground color blue, underline, tap gesture. No. Just the link, just the URL part is clickable, not the entire text. It wants me to add it like this. I know there's a better way to do it though. H-stack spacing 4. Ah, that is the way to do it. You do a plus. Cannot convert some view to type text. Open link. See if it even works. Settings, about. Where did it go? Settings, content. I've overridden the wrong page. No. Settings, about view. Settings, view. Settings, about view. About. Settings. Settings, about. Gonna have to be 2 lines anyway. V stack. Alignment leading. I want to have an image there. .45 by 45. Mask will be a circle. I did figure out the movement on the stubborn text. I'll show you. So we got the text in the middle. I'm going to move it over the eye and drop it, and it stays there. And now I can add an animation. The animation is over that bit. I can also move it down, it stays there, and I can customize it, and the customization, like I can put it up there. I'll let it refresh again. So yeah, I can resize it on screen, and it remembers the position now and it renders it to the animation. But in this moment, I'm doing a side quest. Oh, I thought I had the animations on, but I didn't. The animations are here. I'm doing a side quest. I'm supposed to have an animation. But I'm adding, a couple of people helped out on stream with getting this working nicely. So I'm just giving like shout outs, special thanks in the app. We also had about, profile, maxim. Make this a So I'll add Maxim. And he doesn't have a second bio line at the moment, I don't think. And then we want Maxim. So then we have 2 shout outs, special thanks. This app would not be what it is today without the contributions, without the help from, without I have a special shout out area to my app that will list people who have helped report issues with the app. I want to add text to the top of the heading that will display before showing their names. What should it say? These people acknowledging the efforts of users who reported issues. About Adam Lytle. This app was developed by Adam Lytle. Then I will add my own link. About profile Adam. About profile Adam. Yeah, they helped out quite a bit. I don't think Claude gets a shout out, unfortunately. I think these days most software is done by ChatGPT and Claude. Actually, I go to my website. And I'll add a button to report a bug. Report a bug or suggest a new feature. Contact. That'll go to my profile. There we go. Special thanks. Padding top. Move that down a bit. Move that one down a bit. Probably doesn't need doubling up. See if it works. So I'll go settings, about. That loaded up. That worked, just not on screen. That worked. That worked. And that worked. All right. About, we have Adam creator, special thanks, report a bug. I think that's ready to submit. Let me just change the keyboard while I do the submission stuff. There we are. Side quest done. Special thanks. Web links. Prompt for review. I forgot to do the prompt for review. I want to create a prompt for review button. There is a way in SwiftUI to do this natively. What was your side quest? Request review. That will be I want to trigger the request for review after the first caption appears. After you close the captions. But we'll put it here. Content view. Store kit. SwiftUI. This is for a Mac OS app. Does this method work? For Matt, the approach is slightly different, unfortunately. So I can't prompt to show. It's annoying. was hoping it would be as easy as adding a review to apps. Multiplier. Launch hint. I need to add the review on here somewhere. Show review prompt. False. When we click the multiplier, we do show review prompt. True with animation. Z-stack. Z-stack will be here. Opacity, show review prompt 01. Julia got three 2-month-old chickens that stay in the bathroom overnight outside during the day. I had the brilliant idea of letting them out of their enclosure to have some watermelon. Long story short, they flicked watermelon juice everywhere and ran all over the bathroom chasing each other. Just got done mopping the stickiness off everything. So yeah, watermelon and outside treat only. It sounds like kids. That's exactly what they do. Why is this not building? Not. Build successful, but it's not showing. Quit. Okay, so we want it's actually here. Okay, we don't want the V stack here. V stack here, and then we've already got a Z stack here. Which adds the button at the top. Z stack. I didn't actually know that chickens would like watermelon. So we're going to show the review prompt. And now, because launch tip, I want them to always show the launch. So previously it would disappear when I start talking, but now I don't want it to do that because I want the user to close out of the launch tip and then prompt to review. I'm going to do it in Claude. I think Claude's a bit better for create a view in Swift UI that asks the user to review the app. Should show app icon, 5-star icons, and a review/cancel button. This will be a standard view displayed on its own internal modal for a Mac OS app. They'll try to eat pretty much anything. Very curious little things. Oh look, I can call the application image. I didn't know that. App review view. App review view. This will, if app show review prompt, app review view. Failed. I jumped on it too quick. This live captions app is the one I've been working on previously, and I'm just adding a new version, new feature to it. Ah, that looks nice. That worked very well. Claude did a good job. I will remove some is presented Boolean is present actually on close. I'll call it, I'll just make a function on close spacing. Will reduce the spacing. I could probably preview this in here without it crashing. But it's been a pretty productive day. That resizing those captions took a lot longer than I thought. I'm not confident that I'm going to get my. I want that to be increased. I'm not confident I'm going to get the iPhone app released this week, but I'll get it like 95% there, and then next week I'll probably be launching it. Things just take a lot longer than you expect. Where's the, that's the wrong one. I want it to be on app review, and it needs to be spacing 8. Enjoying live auto captions, rate your experience. Ah, it quits the app. I wonder why it's done that. We've got open link that I've created here. So that will be open link. I've got to find the URL for it now. Live auto captions for OB. Oh, it's liveautocaptions.com. Copy link address. There we are. Awesome, Hassan. I'm very glad to hear that you're doing SwiftUI. You asked about those tutorials before. Which one was it? One on Udemy that you went with, or was it the, what was the other one? There was someone on Udemy that someone in the chat recommended. How did that go? So that wants to close the whole window. I don't want to close the whole window. So cancel will be is presented, no. On close, on close. And then on close, we do is presented false. Review. That works well. What's the background color happening there? It's got, we want it to be the white. The one on Udemy, I found that I bought one of those SwiftUI Masterclass ages ago and never started it. I haven't used Swift Data much. Oh, the background. Are you enjoying Swift? Have you had experience with React or anything in the past? We don't need that, but that button could probably stay. Get star color. Rating, we'll call it 5 to start off with. And that's not actually disabled to start off with. I want that to be, reduce the spacing. It's got vertical spacing, we can remove that vertical spacing. Plan is to start building simple small apps and publish them and work on larger apps later. I think that, in my honest opinion, that's the best way to start coding, start the journey. Like, you put it to some practical use, and then it's not just some abstract language that you're using. I'm getting really hung up on this. Probably remove the stars. Let's remove the stars. Let's put the starters back. Font will be like just a normal size, doesn't need to be oversized. So far I'm enjoying it. I actually built a small app with a map that fetches locations from the API back in 2014 when SwiftUI was first released in beta. I regret I didn't continue and moved on to backend and web development. Title 3. And what makes you switch from web dev and backend to Swift? That's kind of my experience. I did a lot of backend development and web development, and it's only SwiftUI that I've been doing for the last year and a bit. And then I don't want to pester the user all the time. I want to have padding bottom and padding top will be 4. That's a bit better aligned, I think. I don't think we need to worry about the hover. I like what Claude was trying to do, but might always keep it 5 stars. Enjoying live auto captions, please rate your experience. And then I want to have the environment object in there. Caption settings, what did I call it? Caption settings? Caption settings. On close, I want false, true. So what I want to do is show the did review in. So I want to know if it did review. If user did review, then caption settings has reviewed equals true. Save. So what I want to do is keep nagging the user until they review. Show review prompt. If caption settings has reviewed, then we can close normally. And we go to caption settings, and we called that one has reviewed. Has reviewed boolean false, just to make sure that it works. Hassan says, I've been working in web backend for 10 years, over 10 years, and now looking to get out of the 9-to-5 grind. I build websites for fun and host them on my server at home. However, I think SwiftUI is better for building products. Might also look at SaaS as well on the side, which I'm not bad at. The good thing about building apps, if you get the distribution model right and you find a keyword you can target, you don't have to advertise it. Whereas if you build a SaaS, you need to work out how to get users using it. With animation. So I can see where you're coming from. There we are. So I've got caption settings has reviewed. Has reviewed. Has reviewed. No, we don't want it there. What am I doing? Boolean has reviewed. Has reviewed. Has reviewed. So now it will remember whether I've reviewed it or not. So let's see if that works. And I think SwiftUI works, like, just going back to web development. Oh, that didn't load the settings properly, so I've got to do has reviewed. Needs to only decode if present. Otherwise, it'll be false. Otherwise, if you've used the app and set settings, it's going to forget them all. Did it forget all my settings? No, there you go. So I'll cancel that. What I might do is restore that star. We got app review view. We'll restore the stars showing, but it'll be on tap gesture. Oh, I've already got it. So it'll prompt me to review. I can set how many stars I want to review. If I hit cancel, it'll disappear. The next time I load it up, it'll prompt me to review. If I click review, it opens up the review screen. And this time when I close it, it no longer shows. That works. Now it's time to build and release it. You have all but one cable for your Mac capture setup. I wonder, do you have an iPad or anything like that sitting around, Julia? So I'm interested to see how you would use it on stream. And if you've got an iPad, like, it could be converted to an iPad app with a green screen and then some way of being able to broadcast that to a computer, but I think only in the Mac ecosystem can you do that. One dot one. Hello, James. Just releasing a new version of the live auto captions. Some bug fixes. It's working a lot better actually. It's a lot more responsive. So I'll turn it back on actually. I'll mute music while I do it because sometimes I blast everyone's ears. Is that working? Yes, it is. Just have to resize it. And we got it. It was my side quest. prompt review. So all my side quests are done. The functionality that I've got left on the main app that I'm building, this is getting quite a messy sheet now. I've got cleanup to do. That's the big task of jobs to get through. It ran off the page over here. I've got to revisit the styles and some optimization of it. So today was a bit longer than I thought with building it. I've got through, let me close this. Live auto captions. Use screen sharing apps before between the iPad to the PC, but it's a bit laggy. Okay, I was hoping that that might be a way to do it. This is the captions app. Got to close that one. Open the wrong app. Best auto captions. I've only tried PC screen sharing on my iPad, not the other way around. I used to do video editing. So the PC was sharing to the iPad. So I'm wondering if it's possible to have an iPad app that you can broadcast what's happening on the screen to OBS. I'm not sure the feasibility. So today I got through. We can now resize this. We can change the size of it. I actually don't think I've got scaling to work yet. But I might turn scaling off. Just for version 1.0, scaling is going to be off because you can kind of scale it by increasing the font size. That's got to be a bit more prominent because that's one of the main things. Text style. Font size and style. Size will be at the top. Thickness will be the next setting people would use. Weight and thickness. I wonder what the CI/CD tools are for iOS apps. I remember using Fastlane not that long ago for Ionic and Cordova apps. I know Cordova. All my old apps are built in Cordova. When you install Xcode, you do have... yeah, I've got a Yu-Gi-Oh app. When you install Xcode, you can install command line tools, but I've never really used them. I'll show you my Yu-Gi-Oh app. Where is it? Yu-Gi-Oh. It's a... I'll show you in... on my... Whoop, we don't want that one. Yu-Gi-Oh! So it's like you can scan the cards, it gives you the latest prices, and you can filter by monsters and spells and traps and whatnot. I think AirPlay is a Mac specific, like an Apple specific thing. Ionic used to be a wrapper over Cordova, which I used once we used Fastlane and deployed via CI/CD tool. Life got much simpler. Yeah, building on Swift, you literally build it in Xcode and release it straight to. I don't really need to do too much in terms of terminal stuff. Does it all for you. What was I doing? That's right, I was going to turn off your editor. We want the gesture magnification to do. This was removed in version 1.0 to resize captions on screen by zooming. I built a couple of those card scanning apps, and I've also got a Star Wars Unlimited one, which is like a relatively new one. Made a mistake today. That doesn't sound good. What was I doing? That's right, I turned off resizing. Yeah, so I've turned off the resizing only because it's just, I don't want to deal with the calculations. And it's not as necessary. I think moving the subtitle was more important. I got Astro thinking I could start searching for keywords to focus on apps to build, but seems like I need to have an app in the store already for it to work. You need to hook it into your developer account. So if you don't have a developer account, I'd reach out to Matteo. He'd be able to set you up with, I think, will be able to set you up with a test account. Because I had a similar issue. I've got like every time I've sold an app, the person who owns the account adds me as like an admin on their accounts. Then I have like all of these developer accounts that I'm connected to, and I couldn't hook into my account. I can only hook into one of my buyer's accounts. So Matteo helped me out by setting me up with a test account. Can do it with a cable as well, according to Google. I still need that USB-AM to USB-C-M cable. But we'll get that this afternoon. There's a lot of pressure because I feel like there's a lot of effort to get it to work. What if it doesn't work? But I'm interested to see how you go about it. I'm at that crossroad now where I've got a bit more, like some big tasks to do, but they probably are going to be for another day. So I think that's all of my coding I'm going to get done today. There's a bit of style work I need to do, but I can't do that on stream, so I might actually jump off stream and start working on the style stuff, because when I was rendering that, it was dropping it out. But yeah, reach out to Matteo see how you go. Julia, hopefully the captions work. This new version I'll release, so you might get some crashes or some weird buggy stuff with the version that's on the App Store. But version 1.0.2 is the one you're looking for. I'll let you know anyway when it's live on the App Store. But thanks for tuning in, and I'll be back again tomorrow.